I've been cruising for a long damn time. I've been cruising for a long damn time. Riding on caboose 025, 25. Riding on the night train. Living like it don't get better than this, cause ain't nobody beating my friend. Tenor in my blood, I was born for this shit. And I've been cruising for a long damn time, going out of my mind. Had a glitch in the system, but now I feel fine. On the stream, kicking back, all we do is just vibe. Cause we riding with the boost, number 025. Yeah, on the Twitch stream, chilling, beating Warframe, Billy's got caboose. In the L5 live straight killing every day. Yeah, on the grind, mind stay driven, getting paid. Twitch affiliate, life straight pimping, getting platinum. Bullets hit like magnums, corpus getting aired like Rainier and he be laughing. Chopping through infested, you would think it's magic. All attacks are tragic, winning automatic. Cruising for a long damn time, going out of my mind. Had a glitch in the system, but now I feel fine. On the stream, kicking back, all we do is just vibe. Cause we riding with the boost, number 025.
Hey Tenno, Boost Zero to Vibe here, and what I would like to do today is I would like to pose a new way of thinking.
A new way of thinking.
I've been cruising for a long damn time. Riding on caboose 025, 25. I've been cruising for a long damn time. I've been cruising for a long damn time. Riding on caboose 025, 25. Riding on the night train. Living like it don't get better than this, cause ain't nobody beating my friend. Tenor in my blood, I was born for this shit. And I've been cruising for a long damn time, going out of my mind. Had a glitch in the system, but now I feel fine. On the stream, kicking back, all we do is just vibe. Cause we riding with the boost, number 025. Yeah, on the Twitch stream, chilling, beating Warframe, Billy's got caboose. In the L5 live straight killing every day. Yeah, on the grind, mind stay driven, getting paid. Twitch affiliate, life straight pimping, getting platinum. Bullets hit like magnums, corpus getting aired like Rainier and he be laughing. Chopping through infested, you would think it's magic. All attacks are tragic, winning automatic. Cruising for a long damn time, going out of my mind. Had a glitch in the system, but now I feel fine. On the stream, kicking back, all we do is just vibe. Cause we riding with the boost, number 025.
Hey Tenno, Boost Zero to Vibe here, and what I would like to do today is I would like to pose a new way of thinking.
You're all breathtaking.
I've been cruising for a long damn time. Riding on caboose 025, 25. I've been cruising for a long damn time. I've been cruising for a long damn time. Riding on caboose 025, 25. Riding on the night train. Living like it don't get better than this, cause ain't nobody beating my friend. Tenor in my blood, I was born for this shit. And I've been cruising for a long damn time, going out of my mind. Had a glitch in the system, but now I feel fine. On the stream, kicking back, all we do is just vibe. Cause we riding with the boost, number 025. Yeah, on the a Twitch stream, chillin', beating Warframe, Bennett's got caboose, and he L5 live straight, killing every day, yeah, he on the grind, mind stay driven, getting paid, Twitch affiliate, life straight, pimpin', getting platinum, bullets hit like magnums, corporate is getting aired like we're nearing.
Hi, Robbie. Try it out. What's going on, Robbie? How you doing, girl? And Bubble. Oh dear, lots of people today. Oh, Bubble, I need to make you a thing. Thank you. I forgot about yours. Hold on. I'm doing alright, Robbie. How are you? Trying to figure out the pause. I thought we helped you with one. Or is it somebody else? Hold on, let's see if I can find my build again. I'm just adding a thing for Bubble. There we go, that should work. Yeah, we did. We worked on somebody's boss build a while ago. That was like a year ago. Yeah, we'll work on it. I have a boss.
Hey, Ken, you ready for today's?
You are a true hunter. Where would the sanctuary be?
Yeah, what's up, Bubble? I don't think I know how to mod. Well, it all depends on a few different factors. But that's fine. Let's take a look. Came to ask for Railjack advice. I can do that. What do you need to know? Are you looking for a mod build, or what's the word? Baza. Where the fuck is it? There it is. If your Railjack is ass. So, this is a complicated statement. Trying to get the call crew? Yeah. So there are technically two ways to do this. And this is going to sound lame, but you're actually going to want to wait until like an affinity weekend. Oh god, I didn't have anything when I made this freaking thing. And I'm out of plat, so I can't even put arcanes and shit on it. Oh god, when did I make this build? Holy fuck. This was like when I first started streaming. This was like a year ago. Gross. So your shipping ass is not a horrible thing. And this is gonna sound weird. So what you want to do, you can do this solo or you can do it with a team, because then you get an affinity bonus for the team. So Railjack intrinsics are earned by 10% of affinity gained, which means if you kill an enemy and it's worth 100 affinity, you get 10 intrinsic experience. You need 1,000 intrinsic experience to get 1 intrinsic point. So getting Railjack intrinsics is all about getting as many intrinsic experience, which calculate to intrinsic points, as fast as possible. The highest intrinsic gain in Railjack is actually repairing a hull breach. So what you do is you get an affinity booster, or you get an affinity booster, you get an affinity blessing because they stack. Go into Railjack. You can do the solo or with the team. You go in, you load into just a Grenier skirmish mission until you get the missile platform. What's going to happen is you're going to set your Railjack right in front of the platform and just keep letting it get shot to shit. You're going to keep getting hull breached, which then you need to run over, repair the hull breach. It's going to get destroyed again. You run over, repair the hull breach. Now, what you need to do is you need to use the forge that's in your Railjack, and you're going to keep crafting the Omni material to reload your Omni tool. And then you can get the hull breach and repair the hull breach, and you're going to get broken, you're going to repair the hull breach. It's a consistent thing. So what I usually do, or what I recommend, is doing just a couple skirmish missions back to back, because you need the resources in the mission in order to use the forge. So run a mission to get the information, and then just keep running it until you get the missile platform. Right? Just keep loading it, finish it, reload it, finish it to get the missile platform. You have like a 1 in 3 chance of getting a missile platform because there's only like 3 Grenier alternatives. So it's pretty easy to get. And then that's your thing. You're going to take care of the cruise ships. You're going to take care of the fighters. You're literally going to take your Railjack, you're going to put it in front of a missile platform, and you're just going to get shot to shit. It's not fun. The only other alternative you have is survival missions. So you can do like the Corpus survival missions. Okay, actually, the one that's in the Veil Proxima actually also Corpus survivals can also drop ambassador blueprints, which is platinum. It's like 20 or 30 plat for an ambassador set. But then, yeah, the survivals are not like super exciting either. So it's not a fun thing to grind for at all. But Railjack intrinsics have the upside compared to Drifter intrinsic, because Drifter intrinsics are not based on affinity, but Railjack intrinsics are. So buy an affinity booster, get an affinity blessing. If you really want to capitalize on this, you just hold out until an affinity weekend, and you do it on the affinity weekend. You get all 3 things. Bring a Smita, because every now and then a Smita can give you an affinity buff with the charm mod, with the charm ability, and just everything you can do to stack on affinity. That's all you can do for Railjacks. It's not fun, but that's what you got. I am out of plat. Why am I out of plat? Hold on. Yeah, not super exciting. Or you just do what I did and you just play it just for the hell of it, because you're also going to need mods, and you're going to need mods, you're going to need parts, you're going to need shields, you're going to need all the whole thing. No, you're good, Robbie. Actually, I'm pretty sure I have some Xbox cash left. I'm gonna buy some platinum because that's not correct. I made that build a year ago before I actually understood anything about platinum, or before I understood anything about builds. Pretty sure I still have a balance of Microsoft cash. About to find out. I do. Beautiful. Morning, dogs! Yeah, hold on, Robbie. I'm about to make that build better. That build was a year ago before I had Arcanes. But I believe... Fuck, I think I made it, didn't I?
Messages in your inbox, operator. They are not as encrypted as they should be.
No, god damn it. Did I not do it? I didn't do it.
Operator, Ordis is sorry.
Happy.
You handed the boyfriend and he builds your shit? Yeah.
Argon,
Hold on. Oh, fuck me. I destroyed the Discord, which means I didn't rebuild my link. Hold on. Hold on. I know the problem here. Oh no, it was fine. I warned everybody in the Discord that I was going to close it down because I should have just made it on my team's Discord to begin with. I just got tired of having I have fucking 500 Discords. I just got tired of trying to be in all of them. I'll just go test slides. Game redeem. No, I deleted the command. Huh. It's not like super cool. Anyway, if you go to that link, it should take you to a message that I have in my Discord. And it will take you to my Railjack. Because I can show you the mods and everything on my Railjack, but the problem is you can't see the weapons and stuff, which is dumb. Like, why can't I see the weapons and everything on Railjack? Anyway, you need mods, just like everything else in the game. You need mods, you need weapons, you need other things besides just intrinsics to make your Railjacks effective. And you get these things from, doing the missions. Ironically enough, I probably have duplicates of most of this, and I'm more than happy to give them to people if you need them. There's a lot more than just saying get intrinsics. There's a shit ton of things. What was it doing? That's right. Back to simulacrum.
The multitude of creatures you have immortalized would cry out.
Had another issue with the school phone. Ooh, iPhone, yeah. Ooh. See, I'm excited about iPhones. That's fine. No, we're gonna build up. So anyway, the statement, Robbie, of making builds, it has to start with the weapon type, and then what its stats are strong in. Dumb question. Where do you see your intrinsics? Well, hold on. Now I'm not even there anymore. Now, give me a sec. Let me get through this, and then we will do a Railjack. Mods, people, headache. Yeah, something like that. So, like for example, we're just going to start off. Oh, you're good. Delays, between what I'm doing and visuals, stuff like this. So, make sure my head isn't blocking this. Hold on. It shouldn't be. It's not. Although that picture is. I'm going to hide this real quick. Boom. Okay, so you're going to look up there. And you're looking in this main area that says damage, right? So you're going to see, for example, that this has a higher crit percentage over a higher status percentage. So the best bet for you to build a Baza is into crit. Crit is going to be more effective than status in a Baza because it's geared towards crit damage. So what we're going to do is we're just going to start off with basic crits. And actually, let me phrase it. Before we do that, I always start with the base serration mod. Usually I use amalgam serration. There's only a 5% difference between amalgam serration and what's it? Serration? Yeah. I'm sorry, 10%. There's 10% difference. If you need that extra 10%, you can put it on there because it's multiplicative. But usually I just do amalgam because the sprint speed is always nice. So I usually throw that on there. So now we'll build into your crit chance. We want a high crit chance as much as possible. So for example, this one here has 200% crit chance and minus 28% fire rate. Your fire rate on a boss is already fast. It's already essentially an SMG. You're not really going to be hurting on that, but we're also going to fix that in a second. So we're going to take that, we're going to throw that on there. So we only lose 3 rounds per second. It's not a whole lot. Like we're not losing very much, and already we're at 84%, right? So our crit chances just go higher and higher. You can only add on a certain amount of mods like this. So like if I do this, it won't let you add another one because this counteracts the other one. So our crit chance is essentially done. Now, there's other ones that we can try to stack on to, like Hunter mods. Hunter should have a crit option too. Where'd it go? There we go, Vigilante mods. That's what I'm talking about. So Vigilante mods have a 5% chance to enhance crit hits from primary weapons, which means it's just an accumulated thing that requires a lot of building into it. So usually I'll avoid those, but that's just me personally. At the same time, we want multi-shot though, so we're going to do because multi-shot, the more rounds that go downstream, the faster or the more damage you're going to do by default. So you can do galvanized chamber if you have it, otherwise just do like a split chamber. It's not going to hurt you much. Because remember, we're starting off on the lower end of a damage due to a Baza being a kind of a lower damage anyway. So we just have to make sure we're building it in a way that makes sense. Essentially, the thing to keep in mind is base damage, multi-shot, crit, and status. Basically kind of in those orders. It's like if you're not using galvanized chamber, you don't have to, but it is just going to help because you are firing more rounds downrange. The faster you can get rounds downrange, the faster you actually increase your DPS at the same time. So what we're actually going to do is we're going to modify that fire rate again. We're actually going to make it higher fire rate. Look at boost. Why are we lowering our damage? Well, because we're going to add some more stuff on in a second. Again, if this doesn't turn out to be anything, I'm just going to turn around and mess with it again, so it's not going to be that big of a deal. And then at this point, I would probably put on, I would need to add more forma for one, which I can do. Yeah, I already have a potato. So let's put an arcane. Let's go for merciless, I guess. Keep it simple. Oops, wrong button. And drop that down a little bit more, a little more recoil. That I'm probably not going to like how this is going to feel, but that's why we're doing the simulacrum, and I'm just going to mess with it again in a minute. So it won't really matter. You could always just do rifle mutation too, there's nothing wrong with that. I do need to add forma, so I'm going to move this here. And that's essentially all building is. Building is literally just taking things, putting it in there to see if you like the feel of it, and then going from there. Can I get any extra crit chance? I could use hammer shot. Hammer shot's crit damage and status, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but it's not what we're looking for. We do need crit damage though. Vital sense. The problem is that, like, rifles don't have a mod like melee does. Like, melee has conditional overload, which increases damage type or increases damage based on the amount of status on an enemy. Rifles don't have a mod like that, and that's a downside. But That's why we try to make do with what we can. So what we'll do right now is we'll put in... Oh, we'll just slot this in like we're building towards corrosive. I want blast. I like blast. Blast goes brrr. I'll pause that. I don't even care about it being steel path or not. That's too weak. I mean, it's not horrible. Like it's getting up there. It's just not. %30 damage for 4 seconds, stacks it 12 times. Well, it's basically like the same amount. Plus 30. Here, let's try Deadhead, see if that's any better. Alright, the status killed him before my gun did. Oops. Yeah, if you get Deadhead going, it's fine. Baza is not going to be Steel Path. Baza does not have enough power behind it to be Steel Path, in my opinion. If you wanted to take it in the Steel Path, you would have to do some dirty shit like Salmonator does. And what I mean by that is you would need to take Harrow. I don't think I have Sam's build done, I don't think. Yeah, it's an Immortal. I mean, it's fun because it's really like high-powered SMG, but like it's not like super OP. Yeah, you'd have to do, was that 4, 3, and 2? Okay. Yeah, see, I don't even have the right thing because I need to have yeah, I can't even do the dirty Sam stuff because Sam has Cyto 9's evade on him, so he can just stand there and be invisible. For Baza? No. No, there's not an encouragement for Barza, not yet. If there's going to come out with one, I don't know if they will, but that'd be a while for that. Yeah, but essentially, like, you have to... You gotta prime stuff like that. Yeah, if you're gonna use like an underwhelming gun in Steel Path, you need to bring a frame that helps with that issue. So, like Harrow can get you increased crit chance and fire rate. No, I'm saying that's your big thing. So you got to armor strip. If you have something that armor strips, obviously it's perfect. But yeah, you have to have something that can buff the weapon as a whole when it's underperforming, like a Baza. With what, your Baza? Yeah, I don't have a citrine build, so don't ask me that. I haven't messed with her enough to have one. Wonder if my chroma build will do anything. No, you're past mark. Oh, you know what? It probably won't because I don't have teammates. Oh man, it's going. Boost crit chances and damage. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, you want that, and then you want something. If you have a frame or a teammate that can armor strip, then you might be okay. But Baza is definitely not like. Baza is not a go-to for Steel Path. But use what you want. That's the whole thing about Warframe, right? So you could use this if you want to. And then just play around with it from here. Is usually what I tell people. You know, I get you guys this far. Play around with it and see how you feel on it. It can definitely use a few other things. I would build it either into corrosive or blast. And the cool thing about it is when you increase his status, you're going to keep increasing your chances for your other stuff. Why is it puncture higher than slash? Oh, that's why, because puncture is higher slash, duh. And then a ribbon, obviously, if you can get a ribbon, but no, I would not recommend it as a steel path gun unless you do some dirty shit. Like I said, I say dirty. It's not dirty. That's technically how the game is played. But Salmonator has a build on his Hera with Sight's Evade where he can go invisible. And so he'll go invisible and he'll obviously keep getting crits and everything with Hera, and it's gross. I guess it's nasty. No, I don't want. No, I want in-game. Who's online? 10 plat. 15 plat. Here, you know what? Let's see if I can get this one. I don't know why I didn't do this on my phone, because I need to fucking copy. Market. Oh, I can't get it anyway. I'm out of ribbon space. That's why I'm broke on plat. I bought all that freaking ribbon slots. Duh. No, not for you. I was gonna send a message to a guy and get you a Baza ribbon and then try to re-roll it because I have like 1.6 million Kuba. But I has no ribbon slots. I have no slots. But yeah, take this, play around with it. Definitely, if you get your hands on a ribbon, cool. Otherwise, it's you'd rather farm it on a ribbon. That doesn't matter. I want to do ribbon auctions at some point, but I need more people to come in here. And there's only so much space I have in my title. Yeah, I just got a ghoul saw last week. Yeah, we cracked ribbons the other night. We cracked like 20 ribbons. I got a ghoul saw ribbon. It's gonna be beautiful. Yeah, take this, play around with it. Add stuff, remove stuff. Definitely building into something more, and this is why ribbons are nice, because if you were able to get over 100%, that'd be so much better. Yeah, consistent crits on 100% would be better. No, I have not seen the Flip House recently. Dog, what am I missing on this? I mean, there's not much we can do with Baza, because Baza's not a high-end weapon. Hmm. Eight months into it, it looks good. Well, God, I hope so. 8 months is ridiculous. Yeah, so I would build. Maybe you're gonna run out of space. You could always take a fire rate mod off. So if I do that, and then we can do. Yeah, Overframe is so outdated though. I don't like doing that. If I do that, that increases it, and then with lack of a ribbon, I would put a faction mod in here. Be a racist, Corpus, Grenier, whatever. Still working on rooms, building a new room. There you go. Oh, well, you can you can hear that difference on the fire rate after you remove it like that, though. I mean, it still does its trick, but that fire rate helped keep you helped Deadhead stay active because you only have 12 seconds to keep Deadhead active. No, I don't even have the double frame. I'm selecting all. I still have to get Noko and then have to get the Uriel and all that shit. Yeah, I selected all that. That sounds horrible. Yeah, yeah, that fire rate is actually abysmal without that mod in it. So we're gonna put it back. Oh, that's because I killed it all the way down to 7 rounds a second. No, but you're fine. I haven't got to your thing yet. I haven't forgotten you. Yeah. That was horrible. Okay. Shit, I don't know. I mean, you can check Overframe, but I don't know how much better you're gonna get with this. Especially since I don't have a ribbon to give you. I mean, let's do this. Let's do it for saying the sake that we did it. Get an extra 10%. That was wrong button. Yeah, I get it, you're on fire. Could you please stop moving, please? Would you kindly sit still so I can unload a whole magazine in your face? And once their armor strip is gone, or once the armor's gone, they freaking fall down. You can push it a lot more. If you were, that's what I'm saying. If you're able to push past 100% like crit on your crit chance, you're gonna get more effective crits. So your crit hits are gonna do more damage. So if you had a ribbon would push you over that 100% crit, and that's base crit. That's not counting stacking on things like that. I need an armor strip in a wide area. Is that Styanax? Thorough Strike can do that. Oh, obviously my strength isn't high enough. Yeah, if you get rid of their armor, they'll fall down. I don't know how high it'll get you. Um, yeah, you need that armor strip to build into Vaza though. The fire rate will carry you. You may not be getting super high crits for a long time, but if you can get the armor strip, it'll carry you through. And honestly, with the armor strip, you can probably go to like primary merciless because it'll be easier to get the kills. Stynax? Oh, Stynax is good. I actually have an invigoration for him this week. I haven't got it done yet. So what you could do is actually, I have a Revenant that I put Thorough Strike on. So then what you could do is you could do Revenant. Yeah, your Thorough Strike. I did you for 100%. Yeah, I was just fucking around with this, but you could do that and then swap this out for Merciless. I need to fix this build. I forgot it has all the bullshit on it. I like it. I like it better than my other build, so I guess we'll take it. Da-dum. Arcane Rise on chance. Oh, that's why it was feeling helpful. Duh. Arcane Rise on frame. Yeah, you could do that. One more range. What do I need duration for? What the fuck did I have duration for? Oh, duh. Mesmer skin. That makes more sense. Duh. Hi, Disco. What's going on, beautiful? You hoe bag. The hell was I just about to put there? Can I get any more strength out of this? I can. That, yes. I mean, honestly, I probably don't really need that. I could put that there. Oh, maybe that's about what I can do. Stuffs the can so it's level all up ASAP. Well, there you go. Build, build. I already have a Mars hatred. Yeah, I guess okay. We've got 13 meters. I don't know why I have that in there. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter what else I'm going to put there. Brush? I could put brush in there. That's not true. Which one of these had duration in it? Ability strength. We could do that. And then I could take off streamline for equilibrium. Because then I could take off energize. Trying to out-level me. Alright, you two. Only 30% chance for 9% fire rate, so even more fire rate would be broken. Rage. Alright, let's try that. Oh, it's feeling nasty. Oh god, I need a ribbon for this now. Oh, that is feeling nasty? Yeah, no, this is fantastic. Oh, oh, it's feeling nasty. Till a new controller PS5. Yeah, will it carry you to level cap? No. Could you fuck around with it for a few minutes? Yeah. Alright, so I was buffing those with Arcane Rise and Arcane Rage. Arcane Rise was on reload, 60% chance for 150% damage to primary weapons for 24 seconds. Arcane Rage is on headshot, 15% chance for 180% damage to primary weapons for 24 seconds. So since you're going to aim for the head with Baza anyway, that's both going to stack. So those are going to be useful, and those can be used on any Warframe. You're going to want a Warframe that can armor strip, whether you are a buddy, because otherwise you're going to be shooting blanks, essentially. It's what it's going to feel like. As for Baza, this is the build I ran. You could lean back into the headshots with the dead head if you want to go with that. It has a little bit longer ability time, but if you're doing it right, Merciless should do you. And you can this last slot I would use either another status mod like Cold for Make Blast or a faction mod, and then you can swap the element out for element bonuses depending on the enemy you're fighting if you really wanted to, but I would recommend getting a Riven. Get your hands on one. The lowest price I just saw one on market for was 10 plat, and it's a trash one, so you have to buy the trash one cheap and then roll it for something that works for you. But a Riven, if you get a Riven with heat, that'll solve part of your problem, for example, because it'll save you a mod slot. But you ideally want more crit chance. So if you're gonna go Riven hunting, get a crit chance option on it, because if you can bump over 100%, you're going to go from yellow crits to orange crits, which already does more damage. They already hit harder once you pass that threshold. Seem to be getting more small at the beginning of that. Dogs, the medallions are kind of fucking random. It depends, like sometimes they're in the middle, sometimes they're at the end, sometimes they're in the beginning. But it is just kind of random. Oh, I'm sorry, Robbie. Did you get a picture of that? Did you screen grab it? Oh, fuck, what you could do. This is gonna be even gross. Okay, hold on. Where's Nautilus at? Where you at, you sexy beast? Am I blind? Yeah, I'm blind. It's right here. Oh, it's gonna be nasty. It's gonna be nasty. I got caught in the middle of all of them. I can't even aim at their head. I'm gonna do it again. That was funny. Hold on. Oops. How's that one keep getting stuck down there? Yeah, that got nasty. Have to start the thermite rounds, and I can put on the non-full one and wait till I get a new controller PS5. Yeah, there you go. Well, the ribbon should be, the ribbon should go with you. So even if you have 10 plat that you already paid for on Switch, then the ribbon should be fine. It's just you can't trade outside of Switch. Yeah. Yeah, gotcha. Figured if there was a pattern. No, there's not really a pattern usually. The only thing you can do, dogs, when it comes to medallion hunting is recognize certain rooms that don't spawn them. And that's really like the only way you can get faster about that. Hold on, I'm gonna do it again. I'm sorry, this is actually fucking entertaining. I'm sorry, that's just too funny. I really need to get, if I get a ribbon that pushes that over 100%, that'd be fucking hilarious. Okay, I'm done. On to Bubbles' question. Bubbles' question. So see your intrinsics, you can go here. Oh, yes, yeah, I figured you'd figure it out. Sorry, I didn't mean to take so long for that. I got sidetracked, I'm sorry. Doing something intrinsics. No, you're good, Bob. You're fine. So just remember, it's 1,000 intrinsic points to get one. Or sorry, it's 1,000 intrinsic experience to get one intrinsic point. It is 10% affinity for intrinsic experience. So 100 affinity is 10 intrinsic experience. Yeah, Bubble's trying to get intrinsics for her Railjack. Don't start with the PS5, don't have anything to worry about in the plat department. I have tons of shit farmed up. Oh, gotcha, there you go. It is, it's gonna take a long time, and that's why I said, Affinity Weekends, Affinity Booster, and Affinity Blessing. That all stacks together.
I've been thinking, operator. I thought you'd want to know.
Yeah, Railjack to farm stuff. You can farm it that way, and you can. This is gonna sound super bad. Hold on. Obviously, I gotta show this because there's stuff that people don't quite understand. Hold on. You look at my ugly ass face for a minute. Sorry. Alright, so we're gonna share this, we're gonna take this, we're gonna move this up here, and we're gonna share it. Boom, like that. Alright, so mechanics. Each intrinsic point requires 1,000 affinity, which is 1/10 of affinity earned. I said you're 10%, which can be earned through a variety of activities during a period of missions that, unlike regular missions, affinity range is infinite, so all squad members can help, and this is why survival missions are one method of farming Railjack intrinsics. Note that the stealth kill affinity bonus scanning contributes to the affinity pool for an intrinsic point. However, kills by NPC crewmates will not grant affinity, nor NPC intrinsic nor intrinsic experience. Upon death and reviving, progress towards intrinsic points will not be lost. So the highest gain is fixing your hold reach, because that gets you 400 experience in one lump. Like I said, 10%. So you get 4,000 affinity, you get 400 intrinsic experience. And again, you need 1,000 of the intrinsic experience to get one intrinsic point. So enemies, for example, is 10% of affinity, or the affinity depends on the enemy, and you only get 10% of that to the intrinsic experience. So survivals are one way, but it's going to be slow. Otherwise, fixing a hull breach is the highest lump.
Nora tries, dreamers. You know she does. Swear, sometimes you be standing there, soaked to the skin, and some idiot wants to talk about the weather.
Sorry, my controller died. Alright, I'm trying to get on call so I can do that experience farm on Jupiter in the Asian servers. What are you farming on Jupiter in the Asian servers? What are you talking about? Thank goodness the prices finally dropped out again. Yeah. Oh, level down. Yeah, right. Just farm up everything. I think that can give me plant and hold on to it. Fuck, if only. Go fucking Nintendo for being assholes. So that's the intrinsics. You can do the missions, but doing the missions is only like so much experience that you get for it. And that's why I said if all you really want to do is get intrinsic points, all you're gonna do is stand there and let your ship get shot to hell, which is not fun for anybody. But that's the options you have. Thanks. Every gear and frame and run. Oh, you guys are always in a hurry. Just wait. Again, if all you're focused on is MR gains, just wait until the affinity booster weekend. Whenever that is next.
Nora is all about
Barrel feature dojo. Oh, I can do that. I really don't have any ribbon space, do I? Don't. Then don't grind. You want it to be ogre? Ogres have layers. Don't grind. There's no rush. The MR isn't going anywhere. I'm in LR5. I didn't even rush to get to LR5. You want to complete your pages. What pages? Oh, on your profile? I'm missing shit. The new shit I haven't even done yet. I'm not even like in a hurry for it. Yeah, that's too much. There's no hurry for that. We get close to new shit. There's always gonna come out, and that's fine. The new shit coming out helps because that's MR towards your goal. I mean, I guess. Does that mean you're gonna get every mod and arcane in the game too?
from little things.
That's too much. Just get the things you do. I used to do the same thing, Bubble. Yes, that's too much. Because the scans don't even give you anything. Yeah, the codex scans don't even give you shit. There's not a single reason to do scans. Except for the The fighter frames, the Warframe fighter frames, I think actually go to the fighting game, and then the Soma Cord stuff. But how often are you gonna look at your codex? But I mean, that's fine. You do you. I did this for 8 years on Destiny 2. Like there's a reason I got burnt out, man. So you want to know what looks pretty that that some people don't know about? I like watching all the time.
You keep being you. It's a bad moon, dreamers. Can you feel it? From my perch at Nightwave, I listen at the windows of the wealthy and well-to-do. Ever heard of Saturn 6? News to me too. Turns out the Grenier had a max pen floating some 6 leagues deep in the gas. No one knew about it, 'cause no one ever busted out. Until now, right? Some Grenier meathead they started calling the Wolf, on account of him taking up howling at night. Decrypts say he was a model prisoner, doing the time, fabbing bombs with the rest of his con brothers. Apple of the warden's eye. But something cracked, and now he's out there on the loose. The so-called Wolf of Saturn 6.
Right? Yeah, Nora's Cersei. Keep them getting the codex scans.
It's late. You still with me, dreamers? Soon we'll see the sun come.
I mean, they're in the codex stocks, but yeah, once I realized I didn't actually do anything for you, it didn't really matter. I mean, it allows you to fight them in the simulacrum, but all people ever test against is the gunners because they have the highest armor rating anyway.
Bad Wolf. Why didn't he run? Why didn't he hit that solar rail as far as it would take him? Instead, he
Yeah, I love Nora. It'd be fantastic.
money huggers round Jupiter. My birds are saying the Corpus net got flipped. A system-wide message from the Wolf. Deliver.
What throws me off though about Nora is like on these clips or like when she's talking to you in the orbiter, she looks like a human, right? But when you fight
Baby, you can guess.
Nihil
He's the wolf.
in the glass vase, she looks like she's metallic. I don't know why.
Too well dressed for his station, too well fed for his rank. And he's in the solar wind too. Think he knows how the wolf came to howling? An ice night in Neptune dreams. Hold yours close.
I do think it's funny how many people don't realize this is in here.
Your between stops, Nora knows that wind. But our wolf, he's not alone tonight.
Getting the popular mods when you can. You don't even have to do that. You can use the
Breaks out of Saturn 6. But get this,
what is that melee?
it doesn't stop. Someone else takes to singing that cruel.
The heliocore.
The wolf knows why, and it called him back to the scene of the crime. Warden Gaun's little side business. Selling Grenier lemons for a corpus squeeze. So freedom's got no hold on the wolf, does it? No. It's the sisters and brothers from the joint that matter to him. The pack. We both know what happens next when a wolf finds its pack. They hunt. The message read, Garn is yours. An anonymous gift. I know what this looks like. But the wolf's too cold for revenge. The Grenier appoint wardens for life. The wolf had no choice but to shorten the term. not payback. Just never again. But it was too easy. Days like these, an easy meal means you're taking someone's bait. Alec V's, the devil in a corpus cloak, got the wolf in an all-new prison, baby. Only this one's not made of bombs. It's made of chemicals. Guess we all know someone like that. The whole lot has been transformed into these amalgam dogs. His words. Hybridized. Juiced on some sentient strain. No nice way to put it. I think the pack is coming after you, Dreams. Passing by that Mercury Junction, shimmering hot tonight. Word on the grid is the devil's got his due. Should have known. We saw the signs, didn't we? Sure, the wolf got tough. Tougher. But more than that, the wolf got smart. Got a pack together. Worked the corpus crypto. He's his own man now. Leaving no more tracks. Is this the end? Dreamers? I hope so. But if I were you, I'd keep an ear out. 'Cause one of these days you just might hear that howl come round your shoulder. This is Nora Knight, signing off. Stay deadly, dreams.
I really do enjoy watching those. Destroy a cruise ship with forward artillery. That's easy. Super easy. Oh, Foundry. Forma. Anybody need Hexus, Suda, or Meridian medallions?
A combination of heightened dopamine levels and a terrible memory. You're welcome!
What did I say? Viral? Viral damage? I can do that. Oh, your Loca Pale. Loca Perrin Veil, not Loca Pale. Oops. No, not public. Solo. Yeah, do you know why I do that though? I mean, I don't have a real reason. Except Suda is one of the easiest syndicates to see the medallions on the ground for. Oops, I missed my jump. Silver Grove quest, yeah. Oh damn, I didn't check Ergo today. I don't know why he did that. I know that door was locked. Even though they're kind of sus. Bitch. God, I hate Deimos and Devoid maps. Passion. The funny thing about syndicates is that like the worst people to be pledged to is Vale and Meridian, and almost everybody pledges to them first. Bitch, you are gonna make me go in there, aren't you? Veil scales you, but in the hippie forest way. Don't drink the Kool-Aid. Well, yeah, why do you think that you have to craft the apothix? Because you're making the Kool-Aid. You know? Question mark. Oh, I love when I find the exit. Kinda sus because of the whole, like, you gotta be pure and stuff. Who? Red Veil? Or Loka? They're all sus. Every single one of them. They're all sketchy. Loka? Yeah. They're all sketchy. I take Ergo for example. Ergo is literally a sworn enemy of because of their corpus. But then he wants to give us tenant weapons? It's just a little weird.
More bugs! More shiny bugs! What have you done to her?
Killed her. What do you think I did to her?
Another job well executed.
Alright, it's a good timing because we're about to hit an ad break real quick, so I'm going to use the restroom real quick. We're going to run our ads. We're going to come back. We're going to set up the MS Monday vids. And then we'll hang out with those while we keep doing some syndicates. If I get the syndicates done fast enough, we'll swap to 33 Immortals for at least one run. So I'll be back in a minute.
Sorry. Otis will play with the volume off.
Alright, we're back. Let's get this squared away. Here we go. Causes and risk factors for MS. Beautiful. Neither one of these people are the pictures that I normally see. Kind of weird. Oh, I'm on the wrong screen. Duh. Here we go. Alright, so for those of you that don't know, I was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis in 2020. So one thing I try to do every week is on Mondays, we call it MS Monday because MS Monday sounds better than MS Thursday. We like to show informational videos for things related to MS. Some of them are just general disability stuff. Others are, but they are mainly geared towards MS. Unfortunately, MS is one of those diseases. They're not 100% sure on why it's caused or how it's caused. But people can be affected by MS differently. For example, my earliest symptom was actually my left hand is partially numb, or I can't feel fine details. If I put a quarter in my pocket, I can't tell you it's a quarter. So the smallest things could be signs of something worse. So MS has a lot of patients every year, several millions in fact. So this is just our way of helping spread awareness. You may have it, you may know somebody else has it, somebody may eventually get diagnosed with it. It's just good information to have, and it's our way of spreading that info and awareness to people. This is also why in March we will be doing a fun, the entire month of March, we're going to have a charity up for Stream to MS for March Awareness, because March is MS Awareness Month. So we're going to have a charity all open for that the entire month. And that'll be kicking off our charity drives for this year. We got 4 of them scheduled, 3 of them scheduled. No, MS, 2 for gamers, and stack up. Yeah, I got 4 of them on the books already this year. So I'm gonna let's play. I'm gonna keep knocking out syndicates. Obviously, if you guys need questions, ask me stuff. Otherwise, appreciate it if you hang out. But if you leave, I totally understand.
The precise causes of MS are still unknown, but researchers have identified a combination of risk factors that are involved. Welcome to Ask an MS Expert. I'm John Strum, your moderator and host of the Real Talk MS podcast. Each week, Real Talk MS reaches thousands of people in more than 100 countries around the world with the news that people affected by MS need to know. My wife, Jean, lived with progressive MS for 23 years, so I've had a front row seat experiencing all the ways that MS can impact a family. Today, I'll be asking our experts the questions you want answered. Please feel free to post your comments and questions on Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch. MS navigators are online throughout today's live program, answering those questions and connecting you to resources. Scientists have studied a variety of possible causes and risk factors for multiple sclerosis, and research shows that it's likely a mix of genes, something in your environment, lifestyle factors, and behavioral lifestyle factors. Dr. Jared Bruce and Dr. Amanda Bruce are joining us today to talk about risk factors that could increase the chance of someone developing MS. Dr. Jared Bruce is a neuropsychologist with research interests in sports concussion, multiple sclerosis, and the prevention and treatment of cognitive neuropsychiatric disorders, among others. He's a professor and director of psychiatric research at the University of Missouri, Kansas City School of Medicine. Dr. Bruce holds a relationship with a commercial interest through a grant received from the National MS Society. Dr. Amanda Bruce is a clinical psychologist with a research interest in the clinical phenotypes and neural foundations of health-related decisions, including treatment adherence choices, physical activity, and food choices. She's an assistant professor at KU Medical Center in the Department of Behavioral Pediatrics. Welcome, Dr. Bruce and Dr. Bruce. Thank you for being with us today.
Thank you. We're happy to be here.
Let's start by talking about behavioral and lifestyle risks that are related to MS. I have a question for both of you because you both recently co-authored a study on modifying diet and exercise in MS, as well as protocols for a telehealth weight loss intervention for adults with obesity and multiple sclerosis. Could you share more about this research and what you've learned?
Yeah, I'm happy to start with that. So I would say about 15 years ago, we started having an interest in obesity and how obesity affects the brain. We were doing some neuroimaging studies at that time where we were looking at how different types of weight loss might influence brain function. And around the same time, there was an increased interest in how obesity and MS might be related. In particular, we've seen rates of obesity that have really skyrocketed over the last 50 or 60 years in the United States. Yeah, sure. We have a little chart here for you that you can see. Basically, the rates of obesity and overweight in the U.S. have gone up, was it threefold or?
They've tripled in the last 60 years.
Yeah. And so that's not just true in the general population in the US, but it's also true among people who have MS that we're seeing a lot more obesity. And that really matters because obesity is inflammatory in nature. And obviously MS is an autoimmune inflammatory disease as well. And so over the last couple of decades, there's been a lot more research looking at how obesity might impact people with MS. And in particular, some of that research has shown that if you have obesity, you're significantly more likely to develop MS itself. And especially more recently, there's been a lot of research coming out suggesting that if you have obesity and you already have MS, that your MS might progress more quickly, you might have more brain lesions, and things of that nature. So this relationship between obesity and MS has been really interesting to us to try to better get a grasp on and to try to better understand how these two might be related.
So one thing that we were curious about with this project that you mentioned, which was funded by the MS Society, was to recruit adults living with MS who carried excess weight and provide for them a program that was 12 weeks long where they met in a group in a telehealth setting with a facilitator. And as part of that group, they were monitoring what they ate, what they drank, and how much they moved. So they used an app called Lose It and to record exactly what they were eating and drinking each day. We encouraged a lot of fruits and vegetables and prepackaged meals at first, so they knew exactly how many calories they were consuming. And then they wore Fitbits as well to monitor or track their movement. Now they also had a scale that was equipped with Wi-Fi that they had in their home for weight check-ins. And so this was, the goal of this was to see, could we help people with MS lose weight? And if so, what potential benefits did that bring?
Yeah, so one of the things that was interesting to us was that even though we knew that carrying excess weight was associated with increased risk of MS and that it was associated with faster disease progression, there really had been no studies looking at what happens if you help people with MS lose weight, or whether you could even help people with MS lose weight. And so that's what we wanted to understand. First, can we help people with MS lose weight via this 6-month-long intervention that includes all different kinds of components? And if we could help them lose weight, how would that impact their MS symptoms? So we know that, carrying excess weight has a lot of different symptoms associated with it. That people who are overweight or have obesity are more likely to have depression. They have mobility problems. They might have more fatigue. Those things might sound familiar because MS also can be associated with increased risk of depression, mobility problems, fatigue, both associated with lower quality of life. And so we wanted to know if we have people who have MS who also carry this excess weight, and if we can help them lose weight, how does it affect those common MS symptoms?
Dr. Amanda, let me direct this question to you. We've been talking about adults with obesity and how that may impact their MS. How does body weight and obesity, particularly in early childhood and adolescence, influence the risk of developing MS?
That's a great question. Carrying excess weight early in life can be a risk factor for later on developing MS. The caveat there is if a person
they bring that up in fat my whole life.
loses some of that excess weight, that can drop the risk. So it's not a foregone conclusion if a person carries that excess weight early in life that you're at higher risk, because there are still things that you can do to decrease that risk.
Yeah, and one of the things that I would say along those lines is that there needs to be more research, because it's natural to assume that if a person carries excess weight, that if they lose it, that then the risk for MS disease progression or development will go down. But the way to actually test that is to have people who have high MS risk and then randomize them, so some of them lose weight and some of them not, and then see how much and if that weight loss actually does slow disease progression or reduce the number of new lesions and things of that nature. And those kinds of clinical trials are what can tell you whether or not losing weight actually does lead to slower disease progression or something along those lines.
Dr. Jared, we heard from Sarah, who tells us that after being diagnosed with MS and after experiencing relapses that left her too fatigued to exercise and even put in the effort to eat well, her body weight increased. And she's feeling worse than ever. Sarah wants to know if losing weight would improve her MS.
So that's a great question, and if I would definitely encourage Sarah to talk to her doctor, because I don't know much about her situation. But what I would say is that, again, like I said before, we still don't really know whether losing weight will slow disease progression, whether it will reduce the number of future relapses, whether it will change the disease course in and of itself. And I hope that we can find ways to fund research that will look at that in a more systematic way via clinical trials. But here's what we do know at this point. What we know is that on average, if a person has both MS and also carries excess weight and has obesity, if they lose weight, our research suggests that they can have improved mobility, that their fatigability can go down, so less fatigue, and that their overall quality of life improves. So for someone like Sarah, it's certainly possible that even though we don't know for sure because of the lack of research whether losing weight slows disease progression in and of itself, it can substantially reduce common MS symptoms that are consistent across both obesity and MS.
And I'll add too that it's possible for adults with MS to lose weight. We saw that in our project that the vast majority, 65% of our participants were able to lose a clinically significant amount of weight through this program. So it's possible as well.
Yeah, so that's one of the things we wanted to see because it had never been done. Most diet studies exclude people with MS and other neurologic conditions. And so we wanted to see, well, we don't like that at all because we've been MS researchers for a long time, and we want to see whether we can help people with MS lose weight, even though there's really nothing out there on that.
I mean, if somebody wanted to pay for online meals and make sure they were all healthy
via
and
this
pre-made, I'm
program
sure
we
I'd
put
lose
together
weight.
specifically for people with MS, people assigned to the treatment condition lost about 8.5% of their body weight, and that had significant benefits for them.
Well, we've heard from Luke, who says he has high body weight and he uses a wheelchair. Luke knows that his weight could have a negative impact on his MS, but given his mobility limitations, he really has no idea about how to address this issue. So how can someone who requires a wheelchair for mobility make positive body weight changes?
No,
It's an
you're good, Robbie.
excellent
I appreciate
question
you.
from Luke. And I think it's important to acknowledge that does become more complicated. It just does. And so, first of all, acknowledging that, I would say Luke should talk to his doctor. But there are ways that you can lose weight. And we actually have a grant application that is being reviewed right now that is essentially addressing Luke's question of what do we do or what can we do to help people who have higher levels of disability and less mobility? For people who are in a wheelchair, what can we do
GLP-1s, but they're not
for
approved for
them
MS
if
use.
they are interested in losing weight?
Yeah, so we just completed, as part of this grant application, some focus groups with people who have more severe mobility difficulties, trying to understand what kinds of things they would like in a behavioral weight loss intervention to help them overcome some of the difficulties that they have in this area. And so, some of the things that we heard would be things like providing exercise equipment for people that they can use at home, whether those be exercise bands, whether those be sort of hand bikes and things of that nature. We also heard that some of them would like to have their caregivers and partners involved in the intervention. And so when we put together this intervention that's currently under submission, we took all of their thoughts into account and try to create an intervention that we hope will be effective and that they'll find useful.
Dr. Jared, could there be circumstances where someone experiences obesity while living with MS, but they're still considered healthy?
So that's a fantastic question, and it depends on how you define healthy, I guess. I mean, that's a big word, healthy. So what I would say to that is that in general, you're going to have a hard time finding healthcare providers that will encourage you to carry excess weight. Having said that, there are different kinds of excess weight, and some we know are worse than others. So you might have heard of the difference between a pear body shape, for example, and an apple body shape. So an apple body shape is when somebody carries their weight sort of in their midsection here. Maybe they'll carry some more of that excess fat next to their internal organs. A pear body shape might be carrying some of that excess fat in the hips, in the lower portions of the body. We know, for example, that an apple shape is associated with more comorbid health conditions than a pear shape. So an apple shape might be worse than a pear shape. Other kinds of things to consider along the lines with that question are the number of other health conditions you have that are associated with obesity. So, for example, if you have excess weight, but you don't have any other health conditions that are common to people who carry excess weight, you might be better off. For example, if you have excess weight, but you also have poorly regulated blood sugars, say diabetes, or if you have hypertension, high blood pressure, if you have high cholesterol, if you have sleep apnea, all of those conditions are associated with carrying excess weight. And for you, it might be particularly important to lose weight to try to manage some of those conditions.
Research suggests that ethnicity and geographic location also play a role in developing MS. Dr. Amanda, are there differences in MS risk between racial and ethnic populations?
Well, I think it's interesting that not so long ago, experts, kind of had this belief that MS primarily affected white people. And over time, we are learning that that's not as much the case as we thought. And what happens, unfortunately, for some individuals, Black individuals, for example, often face a more aggressive course of disease with greater disability. Hispanic and Latinx folks are diagnosed earlier in life, also face, more severe MS. And so I think as we generally kind of have become more aware of healthcare disparities, I think this is coming to light and helping us understand that it's not just a disease that white folks get. I mean, this is a disease that people of all races and ethnicities can face.
Research also shows that smokers have an increased risk of developing MS, and in fact, both active and secondhand smoking have been identified as environmental risk factors for developing MS. Dr. Amanda, what's the current understanding of the link between smoking and the risk of developing or worsening MS?
Well, no surprise here. Smoking is bad, right? It's really bad, and it's bad in a variety of different ways. As you said, whether you're the person doing the smoking or whether it is secondhand smoke, it definitely increases your risk up to 50% more likely of developing MS. And for those people with MS who smoke, it can push the disease course faster and make it more severe. So it's bad in a lot of different ways.
Yeah, if you have MS and you're a smoker, it's very important that you talk with your healthcare providers about ways to quit.
Dr. Jared, one last question about lifestyle factors. Savannah told us that her grandmother and her mother both have MS. She's wondering if there are ways to prevent MS and if there are potential lifestyle changes she should be considering. What advice do you have?
Well, first, I'd let Savannah know that MS is not an autosomal dominant disorder, which means that just because your mom has MS doesn't mean you're necessarily going to get MS. So hopefully that will help ease her mind some. Having said that, there are certainly things that we can all do to live healthier lives, and that includes people with MS. So I would eat healthy, eat lots of fruits and vegetables, and try to maintain a healthy weight. I would exercise. I think the current guidelines are 150 minutes per week of exercise. I would try to get good sleep and have good sleep hygiene. And these are the kinds of recommendations I give to all my patients, whether they have MS or not. You might notice that, right? But I think they're true for people with MS and true for people without MS. I'd avoid cigarettes and excess alcohol. And then if you do start to see some symptoms that are concerning, if you're starting to have some numbness or tingling or something like that, some visual changes that are common for people who first are experiencing their first episode of MS, go to your doctor promptly because there's a lot of research showing that early treatment is very important. And then working with your doctor to come up with a good treatment plan, adhering to that treatment plan can really slow the course of your disease in the long run.
Well, you both shared some important information about possible causes and risk factors associated with MS. I'm going to ask each of you to share the top takeaway that you'd like our viewers to remember and use. Dr. Jared, I'll let you start.
Sure, what we say in our family is be kind to your future self. So basically, it's very easy to do things in the moment that are gratifying. It's very easy to eat several slices of pizza and go for that extra slice of pizza, especially at the holiday season. I find myself wanting to do that as well. But we should stop and think about how this behavior, especially over time, affects us in the future. And so things that might feel good in the moment, having an extra glass of wine, maybe feeling stressed out and having a cigarette, trying to find ways to not do that and be kind to your future self.
Dr. Amanda?
I think I would recommend that a little bit is better than nothing. And what I mean by that is a 10-minute walk around the block is better than no walk at all. And sometimes starting small with these little things is a way to build healthy habits. So, eating an apple compared to eating 0 fruits and vegetables in a day, eating that one apple is better than not eating that apple. So I would say, a little bit is better than nothing, and start small.
Well, Dr. Jared Bruce and Dr. Amanda Bruce, I want to thank you both for being with us today.
Thank you, John.
Thanks.
Today's program survey has now been posted in the chat for your feedback. Please take a moment and complete it to help us create
Boy, who would have thought that being overweight was bad? Go fucking figure. As I'm sitting here eating crackers that I really don't need to eat. Let me say, we got another one that we'll watch just to keep it going. Say, who would have thunk it?
Welcome to this week's edition of Ask an MS Expert. I'm John Strum, and I'm the host of the Real Talk MS podcast. Each week, Real Talk MS reaches thousands of people in more than 100 countries around the world with the news that people affected by MS need to know. My wife, Jean, lived with progressive MS for 23 years, so I've had a front row seat experiencing all the ways that MS can impact a family. Currently, I serve on the MS Society's Community Review of MS Research Committee. I'm a district activist leader and trustee for the National MS Society, and I chair the Society's California Government Relations Advisory Committee. The MS Society's Ask an MS Expert webcast is designed to give us a place for the MS community to connect and to connect you with experts who are ready to answer your questions on the topics that impact people affected by MS every day. Please feel free to post your comments and questions on Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch. MS Navigators are online throughout today's program, answering those questions and connecting you to resources. Vision problems are very often the very first sign of MS. Fortunately, the prognosis for MS-related vision issues is often positive. Joining me to share strategies for navigating MS-related vision issues and provide guidance for managing and optimizing your vision is Dr. Shiv Saida. Dr. Saida is a professor of neurology in the Division of Neuroimmunology and Neurological Infections at Johns Hopkins Hospital. Dr. Saida maintains a commercial relationship with Genentech, Biogen, Novartis, Lapix Therapeutics, June Brain, Celgene, PG Therapeutics, Rewind Therapeutics, Kinixa Therapeutics, and InnoCare Pharma. Welcome, Dr. Saida, and thanks for being with us today. I hope you'll get us started by explaining some of the most common vision issues that individuals with MS might face.
Yeah, certainly. So, I mean, I think as you pointed out, problems are a common initial manifestation of MS. So, very commonly, inflammation of the optic nerve, which we refer to as optic neuritis, and that's the nerve that basically carries signals from the eye to through the brain, but all the way to the through various pathways to the back of the brain where the visual centers sit. Um, that can become inflamed as part of the MS disease process. And so optic neuritis is the initial manifestation of MS in about 25% of people. And it occurs in up to 50% of people at some point at various different points during the disease course. And so the symptoms of optic neuritis are often visual blurring or impairment in an eye. There's frequently associated pain with eye movements. And then very frequently there's a kind of a breakdown in color vision, differentiating kind of like bright and darker colors from one another. And like you pointed out, although it can be very scary and the visual impairment can be very marked at the beginning, frequently the visual recovery is actually very, very good. Now, the caveat to that statement is that the visual recovery is typically very good at what we call regular or high contrast vision. So at low contrast vision, which kind of refers to our ability to see things when the background illumination is not so good. So like, for example, in the evening time or at nighttime, or basically when the background is darker, the visual recovery is not always as excellent. And so the kind of degree of involvement of the optic nerve and the degree to which recovery occurs varies, although generally the prognosis is actually quite good. I think probably one of the most important things is to consider when somebody presents for the very first time with what we deem to be symptoms consistent with an optic neuritis event, that a condition like MS, as part of which it's frequently observed, is strongly considered. Now, it's not just optic neuritis, right? So I will say that although optic neuritis occurs very frequently in the clinical syndrome, involvement of the optic nerve itself, which I'm going to refer to as optic neuropathy, is virtually ubiquitous as part of the MS disease process. So you say, well, what does virtually ubiquitous mean? Well, there have been post-mortem studies done that show that at time of death, regardless of whether somebody ever had an optic neuritis event, that up to 99% of people with MS actually have got plaques within their optic nerve. And obviously plaques are those areas of scar tissue where the immune system has been attacking that myelin or insulation sheet around the wires or cables that nerve cells use to kind of communicate and speak with one another. And that can manifest itself in a much more insidious way. So rather than producing this kind of like quick onset of visual impairment, there can be like some gradual or mild affliction of the visual system. Now, apart from difficulty with vision itself, I think another common way that MS can affect vision is through the nerves that actually innervate the muscles that control eye movements. And so sometimes people with MS will have difficulty with specific eye movements, and rather than having visual blurring, will often have double vision as the kind of clinical manifestation of that.
Why is early detection important in addressing vision problems and preserving visual function for people living with MS?
Yeah, I mean, I think that we could almost take the word vision out of that statement and apply it to anything, right? I mean, we could apply it to sensory function, motor function, bowel and bladder function. I think the one of the things that we're very aware of, and obviously there's a very strong kind of scientific literature to support this, is that earlier diagnosis of MS and the earlier institution of appropriate treatment for a particular person with MS imparts the best kind of possible outcome in terms of reducing the likelihood of disability accumulation over time. So I think really a lot of this has got to do with kind of trying to optimize the way that we just manage MS in general, which currently, although we're good, we've gotten better and we're good, we're still not fully there, right? I mean, currently one of our key goals in the clinic space is to try to reduce new kind of inflammatory activity, basically focal inflammatory activity, by either modulating or suppressing the immune system with our various different treatments that we have available in an effort to try to keep people the way that they are, or try to maximize their current state of health. Of course, being very forward facing, it would be nice to have therapeutic options that are also aimed at, for example, improvement, right? And that are not just immune based. And hopefully, I think that is something that we can look forward to in the future.
I think you're right. Which brings me to my next question. We've heard from Sandra, who tells us she's been experiencing difficulties with her vision because of her MS. And she wants to know if her risk of experiencing more vision problems or losing her vision altogether is high, and whether there's anything she can do to make those outcomes less likely.
Yeah. So I think there's a few kind of things that I would point out. If the visual and obviously I said this at the beginning, that the visual kind of recovery tends to be pretty good from an optic neuritis event among people with MS. Now, it can result in severe visual impairment and poor recovery, but I would say that in somebody who has an optic neuritis event and the recovery is very poor, it's also very important on the clinical side to consider that we've actually gotten the diagnosis correct, because there are a number of other conditions that are related to MS, but they're not MS. And so one condition, for example, is called neuromyelitis optica, or NMO spectrum disorder. Another one is called MOG-associated disease. MOG stands for myelin oligodendrocyte glycoprotein. I think really what I'm trying to point out here is, hey, you know what? Although there's this kind of like association between optic neuritis and MS, MS is not the only cause of optic neuritis. And if it's a very severe case of optic neuritis with very poor visual function and recovery, it's also very important to consider other diagnoses. Just in terms of, and this is something that I talk to patients who see me in clinic about. Apart from the kind of therapeutic treatments that we have available, which are primarily aimed at, right, like I said, modulating or suppressing the immune system, it would be great to have neuroprotective and kind of reparative approaches. And while we may not have therapies, I do think that there are lifestyle factors that are extremely important. And I think this, again, can be applied beyond the visual system. And so I really spend a lot of time talking about the role and benefit of diet and exercise. I mean, when we look at the data for example, a Mediterranean style diet, it's been shown that people who follow a Mediterranean style diet who don't have MS have got higher brain volumes, higher cognitive function, higher energy levels, better mood. And then when it's looked at in an MS, it seems to be associated with improved outcomes as well. Similarly, exercise is probably within our wheelhouse, our current kind of most potent neuroprotective and reparative approach that is available. It's kind of fascinating because as always, we're kind of taught when you're medical students. Unfortunately, I haven't been a medical student for quite some time, but what we were taught is that there's very little kind of regenerative capacity within the central nervous system, and by that I'm referring to kind of brain and spinal cord. But when you when you actually look at and you can radio label nerve cells in mice, and when you make them run on a rotowheel, in a dose response to the amount of running that they do, you actually see a greater amount of new nerve cell development, particularly within the kind of hippocampal regions of their brains. And then there's been there's been some spinal fluid biomarkers that have actually been shown to be associated with an increase, again, in a dose response to exercise. And I just want to borrow some literature that's not from MS. When you actually look at data for the role of exercise in dementia, which is a truly neurodegenerative disorder, and of course there's a number of different types of dementias. There was a wonderful study done in France where they showed that people who had mild cognitive impairment, which is a pre-Alzheimer's disease or pre-dementia disease state, that the individuals who received the highest dose of combined aerobic and anaerobic exercise actually had a reduction in conversion from this mild cognitive impairment to clinically definite dementia by about 40%. So whenever we talk about preservation of neurological function and status, I think it's very important to say that we've got two different things. We have drugs and we have therapies that we use, but you just can't get away from the importance of the lifestyle factors. Of course, the other side of it is that and we're moving towards this, right? We're kind of interested in precision care. And so we have kind of treatments that are kind of generally, you could bucket them as being kind of low, intermediate, or high potency. And then you can kind of tie that with risk. And you could kind of say that risk associated with those treatments can either be low, medium, or high. And it's often tied to the degree of potency of the treatment. But it is also about trying to take an individual person and assess what the state of their MS actually is. Now, of course, we're often doing this kind of like at cross-sectional time points, but then over time, we're also getting a flavor for how things are changing over time, or hopefully not changing. And I'm trying to give somebody the best appropriate treatment, right? In an effort to try to reduce the risk of having further inflammatory events. So I think there's two things. If you've had an event within the visual system, let's say an optic neuritis, of course you want to be on the best treatment for you based off of a number of different parameters. We can certainly explore that if we want to try to arrive at what's the best treatment you should be on. But on top of that, there should also be kind of these lifestyle efforts to promote protection and potentially repair, which are fundamentally grounded principally in diet and exercise. And then there's a number of other things. John, it's been very, very clearly shown that people with MS who have poorly controlled blood pressure, diabetes, dyslipidemia, that their outcomes are worse over time. And it kind of makes sense, right? These are vascular risk factors, and vascular disease occurs in the brain just as much as it occurs in other parts of the body, like in the heart, for example. And so vascular disease occurring in the brain of somebody with MS is kind of like throwing oil in on top of a fire, so to speak. And so it's really important to try to control those vascular comorbidities as much as possible. Weight is an important thing, and we know, for example, and I've actually done some studies looking at this, that even if you're on higher potency treatments, the effectiveness of those treatments is not quite as good in the setting of a higher BMI. And I think one other thing that we know from the vascular realm is that MS patients, for example, who smoke have a 2 to 3 times higher relapse rate than MS patients that do not smoke. And so I think, it's not just about a drug, it's kind of like a holistic approach to this disease to try to really kind of tackle it from as many different angles as possible.
Francesca tells us that she thinks her vision issues are related to her MS, and she's wondering whether she still has to see an eye doctor, even though she's already seeing a neurologist to manage her MS.
Yeah, good question. I mean, obviously, we shouldn't assume that what happens to somebody with MS is always related to their MS, right? This is the caveat that we come across, and this is how general medical things often get missed. And unfortunately, as we get older, we're all more prone to getting additional things, and that unfortunately also applies to people with MS too. And so as we age, we're at greater risk of cataracts, glaucoma, age-related macular degeneration, and it is, I generally advise people with MS to have an annual healthy eye screen exam with an eye doctor at least once a year. I think that's following some of the other basic principles of, hey, you should see your PCP once a year because again, like, you know, you're meant to stay on top of like your general health and make sure you're getting your cancer screening done when you're meant to be. And again, within the context of some of the treatments, I think also like seeing a dermatologist, for example, once a year may be important too.
William tells us he's wondering about what he can do to reduce his discomfort and prevent further damage to his vision while he waits for his doctor's appointment.
Okay. Well, I mean, I think so. I'm going to have to bring this back to some basic medical principles. But I think we covered actually a lot of the answer to that question, just in terms of like what are the strategies you can do for like preserving, you know, not just vision but like nervous system integrity through diet and exercise. I will say, if somebody who has MS or is suspected to have MS is in a state of limbo, meaning that they're hanging out waiting for a doctor's appointment, if something happens and they're really concerned, then they I think it's really important to seek appropriate, like, urgent medical care. So if something is changing or something is occurring, I think that it's really important to actually try to like push to be either seen sooner, but also not to take chances or risks, and to appropriately seek urgent or emergent medical care when it's necessary.
Are there medications or therapies that minimize optic nerve damage in individuals with MS? And if there are, how effective are these interventions?
Yeah. I mean, I think that this is again something a little bit similar to what I kind of discussed. I don't know that any of this is specific, particularly for the visual system and optic nerve affliction per se in people with MS. I think that we have treatments available that some of which are excellent at reducing the risk of further new focal inflammatory activity. So, for example, optic neuritis, as well as subclinical, inflammatory events, right? Because not everything is associated with symptoms. I think that a lot of the and this is like kind of very similar to like if there's like, let's just say somebody has an episode of inflammation in their spinal cord as well, right? And they have difficulty walking afterwards. We really want strategies for neuroprotection and repair. And of course, we don't have any treatments, but we do have lifestyle strategies. And I'm going to be like a broken down record about this because, I'm going to give an example of, of how important this lifestyle stuff is, in my view. And it's difficult to study, by the way. But I don't think that any treatment that a person with MS is on is actually being given its best opportunity to be optimized and work at its kind of like best level in the absence of kind of like general healthcare, meaning like these general kind of lifestyle factors. And my analogy is if somebody is the same as, if somebody has lung cancer and they're getting chemotherapy, but they're continuing to smoke, it's counterproductive. I feel like people with MS who are on excellent treatments, if they're not managing their general health, I think it really does interfere with outcomes.
Are there emerging treatments that might hold promise for improving visual outcomes for people living with MS?
So, I think that there are emerging treatments that may improve outcomes, not just for visual issues, but all issues, hopefully, with people with MS, right? And again, I kind of just want to maybe broadly explain this, right? We've got one approach right now, right, that we employ. We either modulate or suppress the immune system. That's the way that we kind of like try to modify the disease process. Of course, we have symptomatic treatments that we use to try and improve symptoms, but they're not modulating the disease process itself. The other two buckets, and I've said this, that we really kind of want to be able to target are we want to be able to target neurodegeneration, so that requires neuroprotective therapies. and we want to be able to target the demyelination that's present, right? So the insufficient amounts of myelin, or sometimes no myelin, that this insulation that's wrapped around the wires or cables that nerve cells are using to communicate. And so we want remyelinating therapies, right? Therapies to promote that. And the good news is that for both neuroprotective, in other words, trying to keep things the way they are, and remyelinating, in other words, trying to make things better, there's a whole slew of treatments that have been developed and that are either going into or have already started to go into clinical trials. And so I'm really, really optimistic about the future of treatment, not just kind of targeting these immune mechanisms.
I know you recently co-authored research on socioeconomic disparity and its association with faster retinal neurodegeneration in MS. What did you learn in conducting your research?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is actually very much probably aligned with several of the statements and comments that I've been making up until now. The association between worse outcomes and basically we were not really looking so much at visual function, but we were looking at something called OCT, or optical coherence tomography, which is a kind of non-invasive imaging technique that allows us to measure nerves in the back of the eye. This was a study that was led by Kate Fitzgerald at our institute. The basic kind of, in a nutshell, people who are unfortunately more disadvantaged from a socioeconomic status tend to have worse outcomes. And actually, we also found, for example, that people who were more disadvantaged socioeconomically, they were actually more likely to be escalated or moved to more potent disease-modifying treatments as well. And to me, this is a very kind of, it's almost like a non-specific thing. It's kind of like the BMI data, right? The body mass index data. People of higher BMI with MS tend to have faster rates of brain and retinal tissue loss over time who have MS. And I think it all comes back, I suspect, kind of general healthcare factors. Diet, exercise, control of comorbidities, blood pressure, cholesterol, blood sugars and diabetes, smoking status. And there's data in other countries, for example, as well, that show that this is relevant. Separate to that, and I think there can be sometimes a little bit of confusion about this. Separate to the socioeconomic status, race is obviously very important as well, right? I mean, I've actually previously published a paper looking at, we had about 115 white Americans and 115 black Americans who we were tracking, again, with OCT at our center with this imaging technique. And what we found was that rates of retinal tissue loss as well as brain tissue loss over time was faster among our black patients. And it was kind of regardless of the potency of treatments that they were on. So it's not all, and actually there's some expansion studies that have been done that actually show that it's not always an access thing, that even when people have similar access to the health system, that race is important, sex is important, because men tend to do worse with MS than women, but then also socioeconomic status is important as well. So there's a number of different factors that feed into outcomes.
Well, you shared some important information about how to best manage vision problems in MS today. Let me ask you, what would you say is your top takeaway that you'd like our viewers to remember?
Yeah. I think you probably can already predict what my top takeaway is.
I think so.
Because I'm pretty consistent about this. I think that it's important, obviously, to try to get on the best treatment that makes sense from a risk-benefit point of view to maximize the ability to prevent further inflammatory events and tissue damage from occurring. But that in itself doesn't necessarily change what's already happened. And often when you get to that point, and when a person gets to that point, and they have any disability, they're obviously very keen to try to improve upon what's already there. And I think that's where lifestyle comes in. Diet, exercise, and looking after one's general kind of like health overall.
I think that's such a great takeaway, because these are things people can do for themselves today. Doesn't require a prescription, doesn't require a pill, injection, or infusion. And as you've said, there's so much evidence that indicates it makes things better.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I will say, and I'm sure you're very aware of this, but if we just move at, I know, of course, this is an MS, focused talk, but if we just park up MS for 1 minute and we just say, let's just look at disease in general in the developed world, right? So Western countries. Sadly, John, 75% of chronic conditions can probably be alleviated through lifestyle alone, but they represent the largest bucket of healthcare utilization in Western Europe and in the USA.
Well, I want to thank you for sharing your expertise with us. Dr. Saida, I think we have time to answer one more question from our audience, and it's from Margarita, who recently heard about Udhoff's phenomenon and would like to know more about it. So maybe you can explain what Udhoff's phenomenon is and how it relates to vision problems in MS.
Oh, I love that question. Okay, so, you know what? It's actually kind of interesting. Udhoff's, essentially, the way that we interpret it now is different to the way that it was originally interpreted, right? So I'll give you our current day interpretation of it. Our current day interpretation of it is that it's heat-related increases in MS symptoms, right? So what's the mechanism of it? We know, for example, that in MS, right, because of the attacks that have occurred, and hopefully there's no more attacks occurring because we have somebody on a good treatment and they're looking after themselves, there is either no or insufficient amounts of myelin, right, around the nerve fibers or the nerve cables. And myelin, as an insulation sheet, it's one of its functions, apart from subserving protection, is to promote very smooth conduction or movement of electrical signals or impulses, because that's how nerve cells basically work, right? And so when there isn't enough myelin there, or there's no myelin, the type of conduction or the way that the signals move, they change. The technical term is they actually move from what's called saltatory, so a jumping type of thing, to like membrane conduction. But the net effect is that everything slows down. So the speed of movement of signals slows down. If you take a normal nerve and you heat it up in the lab, the speed at which the signals move down that nerve slow down. So if things are already moving a little bit slowly and you heat up the nervous system, things will move even more slowly. And so what that does is that it allows symptoms to either come back, right, so recrudesce, or existing symptoms to get worse. And the way that we can heat up the nervous system is one of two ways. You can either be out in the heat, which is actually not as effective at doing this as the other way, which is actually physical activity, right? Because when you exercise or you undergo physical activity, it increases core body temperature. And so the symptoms such as let's just take the optic nerve as an example, sometimes people will have will either have a return or an increase in visual blurring related to the heat. But then once they cool back down again, the speed at which the signals move through the nerves picks back up and the symptoms go back down. The original description was by a German neurologist. His name was Uthoff, and it was actually in young women. This was the original description around the time of menstruation, and that around the time of menstruation that some of these younger patients with MS would have an increase in the experience of their MS symptoms. And possibly it's related to hormonal changes at the time of menstruation, which increases core body temperature. So obviously our current day description of it and utilization of it is a little bit different to the way that it was originally described by this German neurologist.
Well, I want to thank everyone who submitted some great questions today, and thank you, Dr. Saida, for being with us.
Well, thank you so much for having me, and thank you all for the great questions. It's been a real pleasure.
Before we close, I want to remind you that the National MS Society's MS Navigator team is your best partner when it comes to connecting you to the very best information and resources on living with MS.
Surviving is bad. Bitch. Is there a chest down here? Thought somebody just flagged a chest. Yay, chest. Give me a key. Yay, key. Bitch. Okay. Nope, leave me alone. No, 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 no. Thank you. Screw you, God. You're a dick. An asshole. Nobody? We're not doing this? No? We're going over that one? I don't know, I'll make it in time. As long as they keep fucking up, I'll make it. Damn. Nobody? You guys are all just gonna fuck off. Trying to heal you. I know, probably not. Oh, way up there in the corner. I'm coming. Suck my left nut. Alright, well now I'm out of bones. I guess I'll heal myself, why not? All the bones. Now, if only we can get that blessing that I needed over there. I do have a key, or I can get a key. Close enough. Now. Ooh. Because that counts towards empathy. Oh, oh, it's some beautiful stats right there. Ew. Oh, it sucks because I need all those. Those are all beautiful. Alright. I'll dismantle it. It hurts. It hurts. More empathy. There's nobody even fucking near me. How the hell did we all just get so separated? Oh, that's my head a key. Oh. Oh, what you got? Oh, Pokemon. Oh, they're all the way the fuck down there. Oh, this is why I need a team. I bet it's like 3 people. There's only 8 people left. We're the only ones that were over there. Nobody asked you going. Oops. I did not dodge as fast as I needed to. Run, bitch, run! Ricky? Wow, that really didn't cap me off? Okay. Overall 25% damage? Fuck you, God, you're an asshole. And of course I just used my frickin'... Just used my freaking co-op power while we were in there. Can I make it to this and back in time? Oh crap, I forgot to check the other platform. I'm sorry guys, survive, because I can't jump down. Oh, you're only one dude over there. That dude's dead. Oh, there's two of them over there. I was tell you, if that other dude would just freaking do the thing, they'd have a fighting chance. He figured it out. Why does nobody teleport to the same freaking pad? It would make things so much easier. And that's really what it is, like people just aren't used to using the map. That was my fault because I didn't pay attention what other people were there. It's my bad. No, they're not gonna make it. Yeah, all these people are gonna die for that. I'm not sure how many of us made it up now. It's funny how quiet it gets when there's a game that people are not obsessed with. Oh, hey, it doesn't help that my dumbass forgot to move the fucking thing to begin with. Did anybody tell me? No. They just let me go on my merry way. I don't know if it's actually going to load us in. Uh-oh. Well, that's shitty. Oh, I think it's broken. Oh, that's not cool. Oh. Rip. Hopefully I get to keep my freaking cosmetics I had, though. Pick a peck. What kind of freaking Pokemon name is that? Rude. 20% damage to the pseudo monsters, and they appear around your screen as indicators. Oh, that'd be nice. Do these have a cap? I'm scared to freaking do them. Oh, max health, nice. I like it. Okay, reroll 80 relics and equip all the relics in the world. Got it. Man, I really wish she wouldn't lay there. That was weird. No, it's too early for the big guy. Don't do it. We're doing this? Okay. Oops. Oh, damn it. That was so close. Fuck him up. This is why you don't fight that dude so early in the frickin' thing. But what do I know? Huh. There's 3 of us that are captured by this dude. I'm dead. Rip. It's okay, I got an upgrade. I never realized how bad that one is, because it needs to have a range, even though it's a dagger. Wow, okay. More time you spend without using dash. That's not going to be easy. Okay, again, but like there's no like visual indicator of that thing existing. Yeah, that's not going to be a good thing. That would be one freaking bone shiny. That's okay. I'm gonna freaking die if somebody else doesn't start freaking killing people. Yeah, I'm like literally one hit away. Yeah, gross. I'm not a fan of the daggers. Oh, key. Beautiful. What? What do you mean it's defeated? Oh, they must have been in the corner. I didn't look up there. That's my bad. I probably would have died anyway. Alright, well, that sucks. Oh. Got another upgrade at least. What does takedown do again? No, that's not what I wanted. I don't know why it put me in training, but okay. Oh, can I have that from my eyeball? healing a teleport pose or a key. There we go. I'm the only one in here. I don't know why I stood there. I did. Now. Oops, missed. Oh, somebody went in there already. Come on. Gotta heal. That's fine. I'll take that for now. Oh, it's gonna be beautiful. Thank you. Oh my god, you guys are really trying to freaking do the damn unique guy. Yeah, we're all gonna die if we keep trying to fight that hoe. Yeah, leave that fucking guy alone. been longer than 3 minutes, no? Fuck you run off to, huh? Thank you. Come in. Oh. Oh, well, let's grab that, and then I'm gonna re-roll that. Re-roll again. 50% of your ability also count as a tank. That's not a horrible thing. Let's leave that for alone for now. We'll start turning up some empathy. so close. Thank you. Can I have some sort of healing, please? That'd be great. Because I am knocking on fucking death's door. Thank you. I missed all the healing, didn't I? Oh, well. I'll take that. Ouch. Dude, why are you trying to frickin' take on that elite by yourself? Now. God damn it. Ow. Empathy. Where are we? Oh, we are in there. Sorry to go down. Oh, way over there. Okay. Come in. Where's the dude that's getting his ass kicked? New torture chamber. Yeah, okay. I was hoping for vice versa, but that's fine, I'll take it. Thank you. I'll go in that way. All status, empty cancels deck, the white bypasses armor. Reroll. Reroll again. And dismantle. All the bones. I do need this blessing. Defeat all enemies. Now. Ooh, every 3 points of your attack adds base damage. Oh. I don't know why you were trying to point that way, like... All the bones. Sorry, Smudge, but get out of there. Well, honestly, I should have grabbed that one, but that's okay. I don't like the fact that I have to run around all the bones. So much damage. Honestly, it could be a lot more though. So if that's 6, I'm 7. Where's 8 and 9 at? 8 and 9, okay. Ooh. Um, I think that one's stronger. We're gonna take it. I don't want to do the math. Oh, we lost somebody. Oh, who's gonna make it first? Last one. No, we got one more. Now that my empathy is maxed out. Again, this run is taking forever. Like, it's gotta be down here, right? I was way wrong. It's way down here. Oh, yeah, there's only 6 of us. Oh, well. At least we're ending it on a decent note. We made it to the boss finally. It takes forever when there's not so many people. Those are bad. Rip. There it is. Oh, we tried. But that's fine. That went way too long. That took forever. Alright guys, it's been fun. I love all of you. I'll see you guys in the next one.